by hundreds of feet of Earth curvature.
So again, I'm going to be honest. I don't trust your statement about 3,000 miles out that we should not see the base. This is something that needs to be repeatable and observable. And there are other things.
That's according to basic geometry, according to a 3959 mile globe Earth. Okay, if you look it up on Google now, that's just the mainstream distance that you should see the horizon at. If you're a 6-foot person standing at the shoreline, Earth's a globe of a specific size. There has to be a radius there has to be a horizon at that distance of 3 miles.
Okay. All right. Let me do this this thought experiment then. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so you can verify what I just claimed on any Earth curve calculator. If you just type into Google Earth curve calculator, you can put in the observer height, and it will tell you how far to the geometric horizon, the claimed geometric horizon.
Okay. What continent are you in?
So we can. At the moment, I'm in Sri Lanka.
What continent? I'm not great with geography. What continent is that?
What does it matter where I am?
Because I want to experiment, a thought experiment with a boat across the farthest continent away from you.
What is that going to do, bro?
Yeah.
Just a question. I mean, you've asked me a bunch of questions about thought experiments.
I don't really want to play games, bro.
I mean, it's not really fair if you show me clips and
if you're part of the scientific community and you're watching this,
about something,
there was a
theoretical
flat Earth.
That doesn't prove anything.
No, but I'm disproving flat Earth. I'm not proving globe. I'm just disproving flat Earth. So if I can ask,
in Asia, go ahead.
Say again.
How are you disproving observable reality?
In Asia,
how are you doing that?
All I asked was a question. What continent is it? I mean, we don't have to do that. We can do something else. I don't know. So let's say I'm in New York, right? And we have a boat in Australia, right? West Australia. What is that? Perth? Is that Perth or is that Sydney? I forget.
Yeah.
You can't see that far
Western
away.
Australia,
That's ridiculous.
Sydney.
I'm sorry. Sydney's West Australia. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
No, Perth is Western Australia.
Perth is West Australia. Okay. So let's say I'm in New York, and there is a boat in Perth, Australia. Could I see that with the most powerful telescope? Could I see that boat from New York?
Of course not.
I mean, why not?
Okay,
if it's flat,
because if you check the weather report on the news, it will tell you a visibility for the day. Okay, so just like water, air is also opaque over distance. We have a lot of humidity in the atmosphere. It varies. There's fog, clouds, all sorts of things. Especially when you're looking flat from a low observer height over water, the air becomes opaque over distance. Just like if you stack glass layers on top of each other over time, it's going to become opaque. And also, we have a perspective limit. We see in a grid, and so does a camera, a telescope. They all have an angular limit to how they see. So things get smaller as they move away due to perspective. Okay, so even looking down a long hallway, you can't see the end of a really long hallway just because everything converges into what they call a vanishing point, which is the limit of your perspective. So for those two reasons, you can't see forever, no matter how powerful your telescope is.
So there's a limit. Do you know approximately what that limit would be?
Well, I know the angular resolution limit is 0.02 degrees.
I'm sorry, what?
That in perspective.
Sorry.
I just wanted to say, to put that into perspective, the limit of how far you can see with the naked eye is exactly the same mass as the radius of the Earth. So you will find the so-called radius of the Earth. So you will find things disappear behind the horizon at the same rate that they have claimed the curvature does that. So it's a backwards engineering on the globe's part that things disappear behind a horizon, when in actuality we have Rayleigh's criterion, which just explains that things will disappear due to angular size behind your horizon at 3.5 miles. So 3.5 miles is about the average.
3.5 miles is the average that you can't see past.
Yeah, so they claim that the Earth's geometry, is making things disappear behind the horizon at 3.5 miles. Well, we find out that's not true. So we wondered, where did this come from? Why have they claimed the radius to be this size? Why is it this big? And it's because naturally things will disappear behind your horizon at about 3.5 miles due to perspective.
Okay,
So the
and the
globe has been backwards engineered from what we see in the Rayleigh criterion.
Okay, and that perspective is just through your naked eye? That's the perspective?
Yeah, with a naked eye.
On
If
average.
you stand up, on average, it obviously depends on weather conditions, because DJ just said, things will shrink in angular size as they go beyond the horizon. Well, you do have in the atmosphere lensing effects where things will seem bigger than they actually are. So it's not that simple when you're dealing with the atmosphere over water. But in general, things will disappear from bottom up about 3 to 3.5 miles on a normal day. Yes. And that's not due to the curvature of the Earth, because you get a camera and zoom it back in. That's due to the Rayleigh criterion, where your eyes and the angular size are not able to resolve so far into the distance. Pull a telescope out and you'll be able to see.
But if you can zoom in through a camera, couldn't you just zoom in through a telescope?
Exactly, and that breaks the curvature calculation.
So we should be able to see Australia or Africa through New York.
No, you can't see forever in the atmosphere. There's several reasons. There's the thickness of the atmosphere, there's light attenuation. In fact, people think that we can see forever only because they believe they're looking at stars from millions of miles away. On the Earth and in the atmosphere, light doesn't travel forever.
Okay,
there's a model called standard candles. Inverse square law. And the mechanism is standard candles. Light will lose its luminosity as well as light attenuation in the atmosphere. So you just can't see forever. That's just a Globus claim.
Okay. Okay, what about over land? Can I see to California if there were no mountains in the way?
No, you're still dealing with the atmosphere, so you're going to get
still dealing with the atmosphere.
Yeah,
okay,
you're going to get a thickness in the atmosphere and light attenuation.
So the problem that we have in this experiment is that the atmosphere is in the way of us proving whether the flat Earth model is real or not.
Dude, how did you get that from what I said? No,
what I'm saying is,
light doesn't travel forever. You might believe it does, but you've got no way to prove it, is what I said.
Correct. I have no way to prove it, according to you, but you also don't have a way to prove that experiment specifically. Okay, so my experiment is flawed, according to you. Then, okay, cool. What is something that I can do?
We can just test it over 10 miles. 10 miles is 66 foot of drop. You don't have to go to these extreme lengths. Like over 20 miles, it's like 200 foot of drop.
But AK said
5 miles.
AK said we can't use lasers. So what can we use for 10 miles? How can we prove 10 miles?
What are you talking about?
Someone said
because AK said something.
Who cares about that?
Oh, okay. So do you agree that how would it use a laser test for 10 miles? Would you agree with 10 laser tests? You can use mirror flashes. Okay?
Yeah, they always hit their target. There's no curvature ever detected. No matter how many laser tests we do, we get the same results. But you can just do observations. You don't need to use a laser or anything like that. If you can see if you're on a 10-mile lake between point A and point B, there should be 66 foot of earth curve. If you can see someone standing at the other end of that lake, when you zoom in, that means,
Have you done
there
the
isn't
laser
any-
test
there isn't that
over
60
10 miles?
I haven't done a laser test, but I've
I've-
done the observations over 10 miles with, I used to live on a large lake in Australia. And yeah, over 10 miles, you can see little boys in the water, like a boy floating in the water over 10 miles easily.
So
Everyone
if I
that
make
goes
it,
out to,
oh no, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Sorry?
Go ahead. No, I cut you off. Go ahead.
I can just show you an observation now quickly in the side chat. It's 1 foot, a 1 foot observer height. Okay, so according to the globe Earth math, the physical horizon line on a globe should be at 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observer height. You can check that anytime you like on any Earth curve calculator. So I'm just showing like a video of the zoom.
Huh?
Huh?
Don't let that fool derail you.
I'm just waiting for the space junk.
I'm gonna derail you then. Go ahead, DJ.
You know what's crazy is like we haven't even talked about the sun shining on us. We haven't even talked about that.
Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on a
What does
second.
that
Lord
prove,
Potato.
bro?
Just real quickly, just have a look at the video I posted and the still shot of the video underneath it.
The
We
video
can
and the
both
still
agree
shot.
that the horizon line. Sorry.
Oh yeah, the video and the still shot. I'm repeating what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just-
your
so just
boy
have a look
already
at the still
posted
shot
this
first,
video.
and you can see.
Your boy already posted this video. If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere, let's be more.
Don't worry about that for the moment, okay? I can just explain it really easily. Okay, we can both agree the horizon line is behind the oil rigs. Okay, so according to a Globe Earth calculator, okay, it's very accurate. The horizon must be at 1.22 miles. Yet we clearly see the horizon at well beyond 9.41 miles. Agree?
No, I don't follow, so I can't agree on something I don't follow.
Okay, do you see where is the horizon? Behind the oil rigs?
I'm not gonna go off of image you showed in chat. I have to go off of reality.
Dude, you're just
Well, you can look at the
obfuscating. This is
video
a
just
waste of
above it.
time, man.
Waste
It's a
of
waste
time.
of time.
Yeah, you can just
Because
look at the
You're
video above
obfuscating
it.
everything. I mean, you could just answer the question. Where's the horizon in the picture that he's presented you?
The horizon, the picture where he's presenting is above that little middle dot in the middle. I see it in the gray,
Okay, so
grayish
behind
the
India
oil
line.
rigs, yeah?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so that's over 1,000% further than it should be on a globe Earth. Okay, do you agree with that?
No,
You're
I
welcome to
don't
check the
agree
math
with
yourself.
that. No,
All right,
see,
calm down, bro.
Okay, why not?
okay, flat.
Yeah,
flat
keep it
can
civilized,
someone
okay?
mute? Can someone? I'm pretty civil. Can someone mute Flatman? Because all he does is just tell me to
Okay.
calm down,
Looking for an escape.
and that's
right? You're looking
pretty
for an out,
annoying.
right? And
That's
when he says
pretty
that,
annoying,
it gives you a chance to
to be
You're
honest.
getting emotional,
the
dude.
current topic.
I'm not
right?
getting emotional. You know
What
what?
you're
I will
doing.
mute you.
So now you
I'll
can't
mute you.
do that. You can't do that. That's gonna get you muted. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't mute people, please.
Especially not mods in this place. Or anybody. It
So-
causes audio chaos.
Jumping in on this idea for a quick second, we have to remember that man's disbelief does not constitute truth. So I realize, Potato, that you may be experiencing some disbelief. However, natural law of nature states that water is always seeking its level. And this observation backs up that natural law of nature. Thanks, guys.
Waiting for him to unmute, Flatman. Can't be doing that. All right.
Yeah, Board Potato, if you just think we're liars, right, and that we're showing you doctored images, then I would suggest you stop speaking to us and you go and try and prove the globe for yourself. Because every single one of us here are just globers, just like you. We had no incentive to question the shape of the Earth until somebody presented us with the challenge to prove the globe. So if you go away and try to prove this globe, it's only a matter of time before you'll become a flat earther, my friend. If you genuinely and honestly try to find the direct evidence for the globe, you won't find it.
And if you
never
do,
called you.
be the first to let us know.
I never called you guys liars, and I don't think that's an honest discussion. That's not how I go about things. My
No, I
issue in the
said
last five.
if you think we're lying about these things.
I don't think you're lying about these things. I think that certain things need confrontation, and we need evidence. That's it. That's my position. My annoyance in the last 30 minutes is that Flatman just constantly tells me to calm
Dude,
down.
I already have one ex-wife. I don't need a second one, dude. You keep like bitching and moaning, dude.
Okay, but
He's got a point, dude. There's no need to be fragile about it. Like, if you are calm, then it shouldn't trigger you. Do you get what I mean?
that's not, okay. Sure, that's not how it works. But I'll keep going. Sure, I'll keep ignoring it if that's cool.
He only said it twice, dude. He only said it twice, and you were.
Come on, man. You have to give me a little bit of rope here, because it's
Potato,
been.
you got the
You're
rope.
trying to take over the
Speak.
whole room, bro. Calm down.
Potato,
not.
you got the floor. Speak. What is your evidence beyond your emotion? Go ahead.
What was the last? Who spoke last
It's
about?
Oh, sorry.
Who spoke last about
The last thing I said was, if you try to prove to yourself that there's curvature, motion, or a vacuum of space, you'll find you won't be able to do it. There is no direct evidence of any of those three.
There's no direct evidence of curvature of space, or what?
Curvature of the Earth, motion of the Earth, or a vacuum of space next to an open system. There's no evidence in science, there's no scientific experiments, and there is no observation or experience that you can do or you can check and validate to prove your globe. That's the paradoxical position of the globe. Yeah, go ahead, T-Dub.
I was just saying, it's all just a story you told, and then nobody ever bothers to question it, and then people do and find out, hey, where is this spinning ball in outer space? Doesn't exist.
I mean, okay. We've landed on the moon, but I feel like we're going to disagree on that fact.
We definitely didn't land on the moon, dude.
Okay. We have a space station on orbit of the Earth. We disagree on that
This is all
fact
just
too.
part of all part of the law, right? That the story, just
the story.
law.
The
It's
fantasy
just all part of the
realm.
story
We've
that you
taken the
can't
time to look
validate
into
or
it.
authenticate in any way. It's just a story you must believe and trust in.
You need to look into the fakery behind those things that you just claimed. It doesn't take that long.
No, I don't think so. I feel like U.S. won the space race, and the Russians had every opportunity to prove us that we were lying, and they would do so.
That's all
if we
a crock
were.
of shit, bro. Every space agency has secrets, dude.
So
It's a cool story. Still just
Potato.
TV stories, man.
So Potato, to strip it down to a really base level, if I show you a picture of a unicorn, does that mean unicorns exist?
No, it doesn't.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So
No.
just because I showed you a theatrical production of going to the moon, right, that doesn't mean that that place actually exists. To understand the place that they're appealing to, we should actually investigate the premise of the space first in order to demonstrate or figure out if they could even land on land in the sky. Does that make sense?
Sure, yeah, it makes sense.
Thank you for
You
being
understand
intellectual.
how?
Hold on, Flatman. Thank you for being intellectually honest. Go ahead.
Yeah, do you understand how radical of a story it is that like the Earth is shooting through space and the moon is orbiting us and we're all shooting through the galaxy at millions of miles an hour or whatever, tilting, wobbling, and we're gonna leave Earth and somehow catch this rock that's spinning around us? It's a fucking absurd, bro. Can you understand how absurd that story is?
Sure, yeah, I can.
And then shoot back off of it and land back on Earth? It's literally retarded. That makes sense?
I can understand how it's difficult to
Logically?
believe.
It's illogical. Yeah, it's retarded.
I can understand how it's a hard thing to digest, and it's wild. Absolutely, I get that perspective, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
It sounds fucking
Yeah, I agree.
impossible, dude.
It sounds impossible, but if you back that up by watching hours and hours of NASA bloopers, the actual moon landing footage, the Mars rover footage, if you just actually dissect some of this footage, you'll start seeing that there is a lot of bloopers, there's a lot of mistakes, there's a lot of inconsistencies, and actually the more you watch, the more you start realizing all of it is fraudulent. It's just they are getting better at it, and actually they're being more selective with what they release. But what they have released, we've got hours and reels of CGI mistakes using wires. We've got the Mars probe bringing back footage that looks just like Devon Island. You know, everything they're showing us has been destroyed, my friend. Like, if you want to present something, we can have a look, but there isn't much you have except for CGI and fakestry.
What about the flag that was planted on the moon? Still there.
That's fantasy realm.
What about it?
Well, if we have a telescope that can see through
Hey,
space,
did we get
No,
all
man,
the
you'd
stones
need-
for Thanos' gauntlet, bro, in the movie?
you'd need a telescope with a lens with a diameter of like something like 30 feet or something ridiculous like that to see the flag on the moon from the ground. But they even tell you that the Hubble telescope couldn't even see it.
Which
because
is
of,
funny because you can see galaxies billions and trillions of miles away, apparently, but we just can't see what's on the surface of the moon, bro.
no, we
story.
can't. We can see what's on
Yeah.
the surface of the moon.
No,
We
can't.
absolutely.
Sorry,
Say again.
you can't see anything they left on the moon.
Say again.
Do you believe?
Go
do you
ahead.
believe in the moon landings?
Yes.
Okay, so we're kind of wasting our time. Like, while you still believe in NASA on that level, you're never really going to understand what we're talking about. You need to investigate NASA.
I feel like I don't need to investigate NASA because they were. I mean, we
Certainly
already
do.
covered this point. So this is going to be a repeat of what I just said.
You see the channels in the additional information section. If you scroll down to N for NASA and A for astronauts, I for ISS, there's literally hours and hours and hours of bloopers, special
Right.
effects, harnesses, green screens, blue screens. You need to understand that NASA has been pulling off one of the biggest frauds in history with this footage and images before you're going to be able to even entertain the idea that observable reality is what it is. Because we're telling you all this stuff about the laser test and everything, but in the back of your mind, you're thinking, well, they've been to the moon, so I know the Earth's a globe. That is not the case, bro. That safety
No.
net of NASA, you need to really check that.
That wasn't what I was thinking. So to the NASA point, I'll go back to what I said earlier. There are a bunch of other countries that had incentives to prove us wrong, and if we were lying about it, they would absolutely tell the world about it.
That's just
Now-
part of the story, man.
Okay,
It's a
so
small
part of
handful
story,
of
bro.
countries that even claim to be doing that, and they all pretty much go through NASA. They all cooperate. And sure, if NASA are pulling off a massive scam and getting a heap of taxpayer money for it, why wouldn't Russians want to do the same? They all do it. The Chinese, the Indians. They're giving you cartoons, literally PS1 level CGI of their so-called space lunar landings, and folk are
Let me
just
say it like this,
clapping
bro.
away mindlessly.
Would a mafia or a mob tell on another mob that has a racket, bro? Think about
Depending
it like
on
that.
depending on what he has on stake. Yeah, depends on who he is, the person.
But this is actually one of the
Have you seen
interesting
Goodfellas? Have you seen Goodfellas?
because when you
He's
actually
just-
look into the moon landings and you see, because I mean, it really only takes like one lazy afternoon of research and you can debunk the moon landings. But then you're forced to ask the question, well, if I can figure out that the moon landings were fake in my bedroom on a random afternoon, then surely the Russians must have known, and they did, which is why you then have to ask, so why wouldn't they go and tell on the Americans? And the reason is
Right.
because they benefit from the scam too.
They benefit from not landing first.
Man,
You
they
understand
basically
what
tell you
money
that
laundering
The
is, dude?
space religion
Hold on.
from promoting the heliocentric space fable.
You understand what
Basically
money
tell you.
laundering is, bro?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go.
look, they basically tell you, right, there's nothing that you can do to definitively conclude that Earth is a sphere, right, spinning in outer space. But trust us, bro, we've been to the moon.
Yeah, it was propaganda to convince
So-
people of a broken Earth.
You
So
really
if-
think someone's able to remote control something on Mars while it's shooting through outer space and we're sending
Yes.
a radio signal? Give me a rest, dude.
What
yes,
makes you
I'm
believe
I'm a software engineer. Yes, I do believe that. Yes, I can. Yes, I do believe that.
nothing about
That's-
software
that- a
engineering
software
tells you
engineer
you can
doesn't
control
make it
robots
make
from
sense, bro.
millions of miles away.
Come on,
Excuse me.
Brick.
Excuse me.
I
Are
said
you
nothing
sure?
about
Excuse me?
software
Excuse me?
engineering
If
tells
something's
you that you
shooting
can
thousands of
control
miles an
robots.
hour in an orbit and you're supposed to be fucking radio controlling an RC car,
Yeah,
Yes.
it is ridiculous. It is ridiculous, bro.
It's not.
ridiculous.
It's sci-fi. You're literally believing in sci-fi.
So
They
we have
can't even get a clean
we have
water
a disagreement. I mean,
Radio
It's-
waves
we have a
are not
disagreement.
technology, my friend. That just makes no sense.
we have a
So-
disagreement.
Look at all this.
That's okay.
scrutiny This guy put a picture of some oil rigs through, but he's going to believe that, no question. You can see where his biases are at, no problem.
I have been looking at the chat, so I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
think about that
apologize.
level of credulity and skepticism. I mean, you're acting very skeptical when it comes to just observations on Earth that random people are taking, but when it comes to stories from the government about how they're flying around little robots millions of miles away in a ball of rock in a vacuum, you're just like, yep, that's believable.
Well, I'm skeptical
on.
by nature. I don't
But
believe
when
anything.
you're not, if you're not questioning NASA at all, you are not skeptical.
I absolutely
you don't
question
sound
NASA.
skeptical at
Well,
all.
if you are skeptical, then I've posted a video of bubbles in space. How do you explain bubbles in space? Just for a bit of fun.
Where okay, I'll check that out in a minute. I am absolutely skeptical of anything that's thrown across my face, including NASA.
Do you believe in the
However-
Big Bang, bro?
Hold on. Before we go to that, if you're skeptical, then you should be saying that the moon landings are sketchy because they said they destroyed the telemetry data, they lost the original footage, they don't have the technology, they can't go back. This is crazy.
They have evidence, and it lines up.
They don't have
Therefore-
evidence. They have
They went there
images
on
and
Texas
videos that
Instrument
could have been
calculator
made
technology.
Anywhere.
Correct.
You could
They
make-
did. They did
make
go on
that
Texas
video
Instruments
anywhere.
quickly. Absolutely on and that was absolutely impressive. And it was
looks
difficult
like
to
a
believe.
60s space movie, which is
So
what it was.
potato-
You believe
So
a computer
potato-
with like 2 kilobytes of RAM that's basically a calculator took them to the moon and back, bro? Cool story,
Yes,
man.
because a computer does not need to make
And you
difficult
can't rebuild that technology. I got a phone that's like
No,
a
we
million
can.
times more powerful.
No, absolutely we can. Why can't we?
NASA said it's a painful process to build it back again, and that's why they don't have the technology to go to the moon anymore.
No.
apparently.
Painful? I don't know the quote. Painful, I believe. Impossible? No, I don't believe that. No.
Is it painful to build a calculator, bro?
Yes. Yes, it is.
So,
Maybe if I could just ask Potato a quick
You're lost,
question.
bro.
Potato,
I'm not
how do you
lost.
explain Potato? How do you explain the moon disappearing and reappearing every 14 days?
Light.
Light. How? Explain how the idea of that land appearing or propagating in the sky, please, for us to understand your
The
view
sun
of
is
the
not
moon.
shining on the moon sometimes. That's the explanation.
Hold on
That's
a second.
it.
The sun is not
I'm
shining on the
not
moon.
going to go into some sort of super explicit explanation. That is
No,
it.
no. No,
You
no,
could
no.
just say you
See,
don't know.
this is
That's
this
fine.
is the problem.
No.
right?
That is the explanation.
No. See, if I may just say, I'll
Getting
withdraw after
emotional again.
this. Oh my
No,
God.
flat man, stop it.
Oh,
Someone said I don't know the answer, and I was responding to him, flat man.
y'all really need to let points wrap up before interrupting and me just saying, right?
Thank you.
There's the
Thank you.
question
Yes.
of you investigating the place
Oh,
that they
overtalking
claim
people.
to go to, right? They're
Again?
claiming to go to a place. They're claiming to go to a place called the moon, right? And you haven't investigated fully how the moon actually propagates in the sky to understand the premise of them being able to go on land in the sky. That's all I'm saying. Understand
We
how it
disagree
happens.
on. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. We disagree
Go ahead.
on that. We knew how the moon works in the sky, how it orbits the Earth, and
Who's
how
we
how
that
we
knows it?
we as astrophysicists.
Appeal to authority? Okay.
No, not. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I am. I am appealing to an authority. Absolutely. This is in the same way I would appeal to an authority of algebra or geometry or government of building a building that I can live in. Absolutely. It's no different.
Right, but you can't verify their story though. It's just a belief.
I can't. If we go step by step to the journey, we can see that there. We
No
can see.
verifying it. You
We
can only
can
observe
see.
the moon from Earth.
We can observe the moon from Earth. Absolutely, we can. We can see
That's
with
all
the
you
naked
can do.
eye.
Yeah, that's all you can do. You can't go
And
and
we-
check its material composition. You can't go and check how big it is. You can't go and check what it looks like behind the single circular face that you see. You've got no idea.
Yeah, we disagree on that. We actually know.
Let me put it to
the
you like
size of
this,
the
dude. There's
moon.
a barrel, right? And it's filled with a bunch of stuff. It's like a mile away. You get out of
What happened? I don't hear you
Flat
anymore.
man, you keep cutting through Cyclone. You got to stop doing that.
You cut off.
please.
Yeah, I think it's because I was still trying to make that point. It's not really an agree to disagree thing. You cannot go to the moon. You cannot investigate it. You cannot test it. You can only observe it from the Earth. That's not we disagree. That's
No, I was being polite. We landed on the moon. There's evidence to
No.
suggest that. I was being polite. We landed, and
you
there's
didn't.
evidence for it.
You didn't do anything. You saw an image.
We
or a
as
video
humans
on
did.
YouTube. No,
No, we as
you believe that. You believe someone did because you were told a story and shown some images. There's a
Yeah.
difference, my friend.
no,
Cyclone,
there's no.
you're coming in a little low for me. Is anybody else getting him low?
He's a
I
little
got you
low,
turned all the way up.
but I can
Yeah,
hear
might
him
be a little
sort of.
low.
He's a little low, but I can hear him.
Yeah, I mean that's just a belief you have based on a story that they told.
Yeah, I'm being as polite as possible by saying that you're wrong. We landed. We've been there. There's evidence to
That's
support
you just
that.
restating your claim, your belief. You don't have any evidence for that.
What would constitute as evidence for you? Would you want me to go to the moon and prove that we landed there?
Well, if you wanted to say it is possible to go to the moon and land on it, the only way you would know that to be true is if you did it, which you can't.
I don't have the money for it. It's an expensive adventure. What would be the minimum evidence you would accept?
Well, it's not really a question. Well, I mean, if you could go and do it, then that's verifiable. Then that's fine, but you can't. It's completely
The money. I don't have the money to do it.
imaginative.
That's
Yeah,
my
you don't.
limitation. I don't have the money to do
It's not
it.
just about money. It's not just about money. Even the richest civilians on Earth can't do it. They're not allowed to. It's a government thing, right? It's military application only. They're not sending civilians to the moon, not even claiming to. So it's academic. You can't prove it. You can't
Okay,
know it.
so
You can only
so
believe it.
I'm trying to figure out where we find a disagreement out. So the U.S. government is what funds NASA. So NASA's part of the U.S. government, and they claim to win the space race, land on the moon. Russia and the other countries say, "Hey, you landed," because they have a profit motive, according to your argument. Is that correct?
Well, no, I wouldn't. I mean, if you can quote the government, the other governments that said explicitly the U.S. did land on the moon, I know that they know they didn't, but I also know that they benefit from the same scheme, the same money that they take from the public for it. So yeah, just because a bunch of them are lying doesn't mean one of them has to be telling the truth or any of them have to be telling the truth. All of their stories are unverifiable to you and to anyone.
That's totally fair. That I can't personally verify what they say, what they are saying. Absolutely fair. That's a fair statement to make. Absolutely fair. Now, don't you think that if it was such a huge scandal in the world, that it would have have a little bit more significance of proving them wrong?
Brother, do you know
What
how
do you
much
mean,
money
a little
NASA
bit more
makes?
significant? What does that
I'll
I
mean?
just say
don't.
this quick. Let me say this real quick, because like when I'll withdraw is NASA makes $64 million a day of taxpayer money. Why would they blow their own whistle to a tune of 64 million? Cyclone, please go ahead.
But I'm not talking about NASA blowing their own whistle. I'm talking about other space agencies that are not NASA snitching on them and telling them, hey, they did not do this. We still have a chance to do it. That's my
No,
point.
why would they do that? No, they wouldn't do that. The
Why wouldn't
international
they?
community of governments are, at least the ones that claim they're doing this, they'd have no incentive to show their own people that they've been lying. Because India's claimed to have done the same thing, and they've shown cartoons. So if you don't think if they come out and say, "Hey, the American government's lying about space," you don't think it's going to turn around and backfire on them? Because then folk are going to say, "Well, how do we know you're not faking it?" And then they're in a world of trouble. So no, they like this cozy little scam going on. But either way, it's academic. The point is, you can't verify any of those stories. So for you to hang your hat of your entire worldview on unverifiable stories and images from the government is no good. Well, I wouldn't. That's not what I'd rest my worldview on anyway.
I think it's a good enough way to rest my worldview by saying that there are enough people that are backing a certain situation to say, hey, the math checks out.
So was
everyone
it
says they
trustworthy of the
did.
government when they said that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, or was that a lie?
That's a very different conversation.
Not really. We're
People
just
being
talking
capable.
about massive claims that have had massive impact from exactly the U.S. government in this case. So same entity.
Yeah, but we're changing the subject here. We're talking about
because
something.
it's just the point overall. Was that the truth or was that a lie that they told?
It was something that was said that was disproven as time went on.
Untrue. So it was untrue, and they used an untruth to start a series of wars that have changed the face of the entire world now. And you're telling me that trusting their word on where we are alone through unverifiable images and stories is a good place to hang your hat for your entire world.
Trying to meet you somewhere in the middle, and it's honestly it's very tough here.
Well, because I'm just pointing out a contradiction in your thinking here.
No, I don't think that's all that you're doing.
You're trusting a group that you know has lied in the past to devastating consequence with your entire worldview.
I think your argument is a little bit dishonest, to be frank. I think it's a little bit dishonest. I think there is comparing the Iraq war with landing on the moon are two very, very different things.
Both are claims that you couldn't verify from the US government.
One claim was immediately refuted by the Iraq government. The Iraq government
One
didn't
sec, dude.
refute.
One sec. It's very relevant because who tipped them off? What did they use as grounds for invasion on the claim that there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq?
Good point. What organization do you think gave them the satellite imagery for that claim? NASA.
So you see what you did there. That is irrelevant
No,
to
it's very
the
relevant.
argument.
No,
No,
it's very
so what I
relevant.
was
Everyone else can understand why it's relevant. You're the only one that's struggling to.
so what I was saying was Iraq refuted that they had weapons of mass destruction, WMDs.
Did that help them
Um,
out? Did that stop them getting invaded?
no, it did
It was
not.
the
No, it
Western
did not.
media and the governments that pushed the false narrative.
No, it
So
did
they
not.
push a false narrative and they
No, it did
start
not.
wars. Yeah, that's what happened. The Western governments, the US, the UK, pushed this false narrative, drummed up the nations to want to go to war, and they went to war and they changed the modern landscape of human civilization. And you're telling us we shouldn't consider that when we're trusting them with a story about where we live.
So okay, so the argument I was going to say was Iraq refuted that they had WMDs, but Iraq did not refute that the U.S. landed on the moon.
That is ridiculous.
That's the point that I was going to make
That's
based
not
off
a
of
rebuttal. That's not a rebuttal to anything I've said.
It
You're using the word
literally.
refuted. They didn't. Well, you can't really prove. They're saying something doesn't exist. And
You
the
brought
US government is
Iraq
saying
with
it does exist.
WMDs. You brought the topic
Yes.
with Iraq.
I brought up the government lying. Yes.
What
The
I'm
government that
saying
you
is-
you are saying it's reasonable to trust with this moon landing.
In this instance, yes. What I'm
You gotta
saying
stop
is,
talking over constantly, bro.
Flatman, I'm trying to defend my position. You are really making this tough, dude.
Keep interrupting him.
He's interrupting me. He's interrupting me, dude.
Well, it's just a bit. It's just. I mean, everyone else can see the contradiction, bro. You've got an emotional attachment to the story. That's the only reason you're saying that you don't see the comparison. You don't see the relevance behind an organization telling a massive lie, and then later on saying that you're going to rely on that organization who you know lies with your entire worldview, basically based on these images, videos, and stories. Obviously, it's relevant. Stop pretending otherwise.
You brought up an argument that
Yeah,
I showed you
everyone
why
understands
it's
it.
not.
I've concluded the argument. Your rebuttal was not sufficient. You said
Flatman, who's getting interrupted now, Flatman?
Okay, dude, I get it, bro, but you gotta calm down, man.
Okay, so I lose, right? Doesn't matter what I do.
Well, I'm just summarizing what was said. I mean,
Got you. No, I have no beef with you, man. Look, we are in different areas of the globe, bro. We just
there is no globe, so no, that's not the
we
case.
don't agree on this, and it's okay. I'm not mad at you guys. I don't judge you
It doesn't
guys for
matter.
believing.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm not mad at you. I listen. It's totally cool that you believe in the globe, but when you come in here, we challenge that. So you have to be prepared for that. And you've been chill. You've been civil. You've been respectful. So we appreciate you having the conversation with us, and don't take it personally. It can get heated, but I mean, it's just because we're passionate about reality.
Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not trying to attack you guys. That's not my intention. You know, I'm just trying to chill.
No, I can tell when someone's trying to attack us. We know, and yeah, we deal with them.
Yeah, I
But,
never felt that from you at all.
No, he's been cool.
Board Potato,
Anyway.
I would like you to take up my challenge there. Try and prove the globe to yourself. Try and actually go and find that direct evidence.
I mean, okay, sure. I again, to state my position in things, I don't prove things. I disprove things.
But
if you
Potato,
can
you said when you came in here, the first thing you said was take us on a hot air balloon, show us the curve. You've seen the curve from an airplane, so your mind's already made up.
No, it's not. It's not made up.
Not beat around the bush, dude.
No. That's a good point. That's a good point. It's not made up. My point there was that I have evidence to show that there's a curvature of the Earth. That was the point of that statement. I'm not saying that the Earth is 100% round, I'm saying that I have evidence to support that theory, right? I don't have any evidence to support flat Earth. I have evidence to
You do.
disprove
Well, hold
flat
on, just
Earth.
very quickly. You do have evidence to support flat Earth, and it's all of observable reality, right? It's observed flat and motionless. Now, that's not necessarily saying you can conclude based on that alone that that is the case, but it certainly is evidence in favor of flat Earth. It's reality. You see a flat horizon, you see a motionless surface. That is evidence. That's more evidence than you have for the globe, actually. You've never seen the globe. You've never seen curve. You've never seen motion. So really, you actually only have evidence for a flat Earth, and you have claims and beliefs about a globe Earth. That's how it works when you think about it.
Okay, I feel like this it might be reaching some sort of circular argument at this point. Unless we
Good on you.
unless we go on some like
Well, feel free. Take us on to the next globe proof. How can we go and prove that the Earth is a globe?
exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like unless we have like a fun trip, like let's take a vacay, take a couple days off, and just test this theory, just for drink some beer, just have some fun, you know.
I wanted to
we've
ask
been doing
you
that for
about
years, but yeah.
if you believed
Cool.
in the Big Bang. You
I
believe in the
did.
Big
I
Bang?
do. Yes, I do. I do. I do believe in that. Yes.
Oh, okay. So what evidence do you have of that?
What evidence do I have in the Big Bang Theory?
Yeah. What makes you believe that?
Someone's snoring.
Sounds like it.
Maybe. What? I might be. Is it you, Gidget? Are you snoring?
Is this about Earth
Um,
moving? Because that's my favorite.
This is a movie. What evidence
Yeah,
I
don't
believe in the
even
Big
take
Bang?
it to Big Bang. Just what's your proof of
Oh,
curve
Big
or
Bang.
rotation?
Sorry, I misheard.
Big Bang. So what evidence do I have to prove the Big Bang Theory?
Just out of curiosity. Yeah.
There is the universe is expanding in reverse. It has to be contrasting. Simple enough for me. At one point, things are going to such a small point where it explodes, and that's it. I don't have
This
to go
is
deeper
all
than
based
that.
on stories of men, dude, right?
Catholic Church.
Yeah, but
people
so
from the
so is
Catholic
everything
Church.
else. So is everything else. But
Are you
this-
Catholic?
No. You can have a truth that you
I used to
logically
be.
go figure out yourself, mate.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. But you can test these things with math, right? I mean, it's a little complicated, but we can do this right now. Like we can.
Did you see the? They just dropped an article about. They think now that we're actually inside a black hole.
I did not see that article. That'd be kind of cool, but kind of scary also. I didn't see it. No.
It sounds
I look
retarded.
At this, I haven't posted it yet because there's been funnier things. I kind of look at science and space news, try to find the most insightful thing. Mostly for two reasons. Number one is that you get a lot of people come in here where they say flat earthers are nothing but entertainment value. But yet you've got these scientific communicators posting infotainment headlines trying their damnedest to get you to click on it so you could read their words. And these guys don't care. They just simply do not care. Like, hey, like new study reveals we live inside a black hole. That's not entertaining enough for someone to not think about flat Earth for one day. Take the
That's
day
ridiculous.
to contemplate
Yeah.
that you might be living in a black hole. And number two, oh, go ahead. Was someone trying to jump in? Okay, and the second reason is a lot of people come in here completely freaked out by what flat Earth is. Like they'll say all kinds of wild claims. It's a harmful disinformation. Flat Earth is X, Y, and Z. Other than the two words that are right there, flat and Earth, a description of a surface, adjective, noun. They'll talk about everything else other than that. So let's give them something to actually talk about that should spark their interest. Are you living in the black hole or not? And they can't even get past the first two words because they've got brain rot. Their attention span can't even get them long enough to click a link. Like today, if you I just saw I posted that the future is bright for astronomy, but and very expensive. The universe is being revealed in exquisite detail with our current generation of large optical telescopes. See if the globalists can do something other than freak out about flat Earth, or use some other form of entertainment if globe. And what you'll see is they can't, or most of them don't, or are unable. They just don't have the skill set or the reading level or comprehension level to engage in a conversation, say, about the Big Bang. Your whole shtick, your whole bag of proof is that it's expanding, and if something's expanding, it must be contracting. And you're done. That's it. You've punched out. You're off the clock now. And that is very difficult to work with when someone's trying to talk about the whole nature of creation. Like, I don't know how to get inside that worldview and actually have a discussion about something. It's like you're already in this very sort of circular, deep belief system, like in like a church indoctrination.
Right. You're created, bro. You're not just some accident in a vast, endless place and you're insignificant. You're actually really important. The creator loves you. He created you. He created this place. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, to tell people that they're insignificant and nothing makes a bunch of atheists. And atheists don't have really good morals usually. But if they do, it's God given. Like, can you understand that this place is created, bro?
Well, yeah, even if globe, it would be created. So the atheist is like a spur off from mainstream logic and reason and science. They've kind of replaced all reason with a simple belief or lack of belief. They put a magic wand in their hand and they just wave a magic wand over whatever they want to believe or not believe. They could just as subjectively just change whatever they believe and not believe today. That's why the whole Big Bang was a knock. The atheists at the time said the universe is eternal. It has no beginning. It has no end. It always has been. This is a natural state of the laws of the universe, the baseline. So when you got a Catholic priest saying, "Hey, it started with a Big Bang, the glory of God," he didn't say Big Bang; it's a different word, but they came up and said, "Let's call that a Big Bang and make a bunch of sexual innuendos," because they're degenerates. They're degenerates then and they're degenerates now.
Yeah, there's also a theory of a double Big Bang where after the Big Bang, a little bit afterwards, there was a dark matter bang.
Yeah, they're talking about that yesterday. The Chat GPT came up with that, the cosmic kitchen.
The Cosmic Kitchen, classic. And dark matter is the mysterious seasoning.
Yeah.
Secret sauce.
Well, if we can get anything from this bored potato, at least know that you're not a Big Bang accident and God loves you, man. Hopefully you'll look into that information on 24/7, all those proofs there and become a flat earther. But if not, hey, I still love you, man.
Hey, I appreciate you, guy. That's a nice message. Who's in charge of these?
I just want to say as well. I just wanted to say quickly off the back of that it doesn't matter what you believe in religious-wise either. Like, to be the center of creation, that's enough to say that we are important. We are important. So to be in the center of all creation is a huge deal, and there's a lot of incentive to hide that from us.
Yeah, a lot of people want to get you to think you're just another mouth, just another useless eater. In science, you are a special snowflake. You are one of a kind. You will only exist for a very short time period in the grand scope of all human history. And once you're gone, you're gone. That's it. There'll never be another you.
Preach, brother. Preach.
Kind of wild to think, you're unique in your own way.
Yeah, where
only one
people,
you, bro.
sort of atheist logic, like Bill Nye, made a whole speech about. He says, "I suck. Like I'm a speck in the middle of specklessness, just another
humility.
speck among all specks." He put
That's
himself
not
in this
humility,
massive
bro.
heliocentric model and adjudicates himself as just a grain of sand on the beach. But even in
Yeah,
that logic, it's broken. Those grains of sand are all unique too.
Yeah, I would say it's not that humble to assume we know the sizes and the distances of the cosmos and what the sun and the moon are, what they're made of, how they work, how old they are, knowing the age of the entire universe. I mean, it's not a very humble position as much as some people try and say it's the other way around. It assumes all kinds of knowledge that you don't actually have.
Do you guys have a favorite space movie?
Yeah,
Not even trolling.
One.
Spaceballs is
One.
hilarious.
Spaceballs by that's a
Spaceballs.
Jewish dude. What's his fucking name? He was on Curb. He was on Curb. What's his
Schwartz.
fucking name?
It's the
No,
Schwartz,
what's his name?
bro.
But what's his name? The dude that made it. Come on, don't
May the
leave me
Schwartz
hanging
be
here.
with you.
Mel Brooks, are you talking about?
Mel Brooks.
Mel
Thank you,
Brooks,
guy.
yeah.
Thank you, Jesus. I was suffering over here. That dude is hilarious. Spaceballs
John
is pretty
Candy was the
good. Was
that's hilarious.
Chewbacca? Sexually?
Yeah.
One of
My
other
favorite space movie is called Outlander. It's about
Outlander?
miners' rights on one of the moons, I think of Jupiter or
Let me look it up.
or Saturn.
Outlander?
Outlander.
I think my favorite
Never heard
space
of
movie
it.
has to be the Apollo moon landings,
Yeah.
just for its cultural impact.
Ha 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 ha. Let me guess. Let me guess. Ridley Scott directed it, or who was it? Or infamously named.
No, I think
Stanley
Hitchcock is the one
Kubrick.
that always comes.
Yeah, Stanley Kubrick. That's right. I'm sorry. You know what? My bad. Stanley Kubrick
Got it all wrong.
director. He's a great director.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he
I
did the
like that
moon
as well.
video pretty good. Tricked a bunch of people.
What's really good about that topic is you don't need flat earthers to discuss the moon hoax. The majority of people who think the moon mission was faked, they're atheists. They sued the Apollo program in the 1960s and 70s. So they also think the Earth is a globe too. They think it's all heliocentric and all that. And they were like, yeah, there's no way. And the reason why, because they were upset, because there's a lot of religious entwining with that. Like before every launch, they prayed to God. Apollo 8, they read from the Bible. They took other missions. They took communion on the moon. Nixon said that God picked America to win the space race because he alluded that God loves capitalism, and since God loves capitalism, he's going to make sure those nasty communists don't win this big thing, this giant leap forward for humanity. It's going to be proof
Crazy,
that
bro.
capitalism is great in the natural state of humanity. I mean, all kinds of cringe shit. So the atheists were like, holy crap, how could this all be about science if it's so intertwined with religion? Like,
What kind of
it's
psycho
dripping.
crap to say God is a capitalist, dude?
Yeah, and the hubris of that you've personally spoken to God, and God has personally told you that America is the greatest country in the world because of capitalism. And people bought it, still to this day. If you ask some like right wingers and stuff, hey, why was the Apollo program so great? God loves America.
Wait, so you guys wouldn't enjoy like a good space movie like Gravity or Apollo 13? Like you guys wouldn't enjoy it?
No, I can't enjoy it anymore.
On 24/7, we did movie watchings, and Gravity was one of the ones we watched live together.
you guys like it as
Dude,
a
I
it's
can't
just a
enjoy
story
a
film?
space movie.
Yeah,
You
what's the
can't.
main
I just see
concept
all
of the
the
movie Gravity?
propaganda.
I mean, it's still a good story. It's still
Yeah,
you
what's the
know
story there? What's the main takeaway?
you don't want to get lost in space. You know, you want to
No, you
survive.
need to watch
Small
it. Okay,
space
it's
is
called
scary.
the Kessler, or yeah, Kessler effect. It's about there's so much space garbage up there that eventually it's going to create this domino effect and make all of space unnavigable. There's so much garbage,
That's a great
so
plot
much
point.
trash that just a nut, a bolt, is eventually going to collide with something. That's going to collide with something. That's going to collide with something, and just make a massive debris field in low orbit that people will
That
never
sounds
be able.
insane.
Yeah, that's the
So then
main
there'll be
takeaway of the
another
movie Gravity.
justifiable.
You seem like you
You
enjoyed
never
it,
see
Crit.
it in the ISS footage.
Yeah,
You seem like you enjoyed it, Crit. I'm not gonna lie. You seem like you enjoyed it.
yeah, it
A
was
little bit.
okay. I thought it was
Yeah,
funny.
it was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
how
I mean, this doesn't mean you can't enjoy, pop culture as it relates to space. You just look at it through a certain way. You don't fool yourself into thinking this is a plausible scenario. It's like watching Narnia movies, you know?
Yeah, I'm not trying to make a point. I was just really just trying to
Yeah,
Hold on,
have
bro.
a fun topic.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
films
Capricorn.
have become like, films are like, the transvestite space traveler who goes to space to fight global warming, for politics. Like, the films are just not very appealing nowadays.
Yeah, because all the racists on Earth are trying to get the world destroyed by the temperatures. Yeah,
By
the
male
films nowadays they're much more
masculinity.
like they're not even trying to hide the fact that the media is essentially just, and film is just vehicle for propaganda. At least back in the day, there was some artistic endeavor, but nowadays it just seems to be drowned out. That's what it always was meant for. But Capricorn
Is there any-
1 is another good space movie. You ever seen Capricorn 1?
I haven't. No. Let me look it up.
Well, it's basically the plot is basically like they're saying that they're going to Mars, and they end up having to fake going to Mars, and it kind of shows you behind the scenes how they're faking it, which I think is probably
That's
quite
cool.
accurate to what went on with Apollo.
That seems like a fun one. I just added it to my list.
Because they've got this. I mean, I won't spoil it for you, but basically, they show you them going up into the capsule in the rocket or whatever, and then last minute, as they're getting in, some suit comes along and says, "Guys, I need you to get out of the pod, and I need you to go down the emergency slide." And this is a slide that NASA has, or they've got something similar, which like is just basically a slide you can jump in. It'll take you from the top of the tower all the way to the bottom, and they say it's in case of emergency, like get out and slide down this thing. But in this movie, that slide is basically taking them to an underground bit, and they're basically told, "Listen, you're not going up anywhere, but you're going to have to go along with this story because national security depends on it, and if you don't, we're pretty much going to, off your family." So they're like, "What the fuck?" And they just get taken basically to a bunker somewhere and told to hide out for however long. But it's interesting. You should give it a watch.
Hey, that's a good plot point too. That seems interesting.
Yeah.
Here, I got a meme for you that might put this all together. You can see that in side chat.
Nah. It's ironically funny. I'm not.
That's a good one.
I don't agree with the meme. Oh man. Well, fellas and ladies, if there's any ladies in the chat, it's been great chatting with you all. Jesus Christ, I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, you
Have a
two
good day.
good stuff, man. Just come back whenever you want.
You're not a speck of dust, bro. God
I gotta
loves
wake
you.
up in 3 fucking hours, guys. Wish me fucking luck, and I'm gonna be fucking dead. I'm
Take
gonna
care,
be fucking
brother.
dead. GG's.
Check out that information at the bottom of the 24/7 server, dude.
I got you, flat man. Yo, you all have a good night. Or good morning. Wherever the fuck you guys are. Bye.
Bless. Wow. A good person. That's nice.
Yeah, pretty chill.
He was a good dude. Talk this, no doubt, but at least he was engaging.
Yeah, that's why I kept saying to him, prove it to yourself, because he seems like the kind of guy who would actually follow that through.
Yeah. I think you're right. So, we got any other new people in here? Gidget. What's up, Gidget? Lush. I don't recognize your name.
Good morning.
How's it going?
It's going all right. I'm having some breakfast. I don't want to chew on Mike.
All right, okay, no bother. Well, if you want to ask some
Cool.
questions once you've had your breakfast, feel free. I saw Anti-Globalist posted a Witsit interview. Was that with Patrick Riley? Does anyone watch that? Does anyone know who he is?
I didn't watch it yet. No, I've seen it, but I didn't watch it yet.
Oh, I saw it, man. Oh my God, the guy was bricked from the beginning.
Oh
He ended
no,
up
is it one
kicking
of those?
Witsit. He kicked
No.
Witsit off the show, and he was like, "Just give your socials and get off my show. Get off my show."
Oh my god. Oh dear.
Hilarious. Yeah,
He almost does
brilliant.
have a bit of that McToon look about him. He looks like a cross between McToon and Nathan Oakley. That's funny.
Yeah, and Witsit was like really, really calm as well. So I know he was enjoying
Yeah.
it.
Oh, did you see the one the other day with, what was it, Lore Lodge or whatever his name was?
Yeah, I did a reaction video to that, dude.
Oh, did you? The guy was just
Here,
too triggered from Lore
Here,
Lodge.
I'll send you the YouTube link. Hold on.
Yeah, send it.
I called it the Soy Lodge, bro.
Oh wait, I think that's the one I'm talking about. Isn't that the one where he kicks him off the show?
Oh, I don't know actually, because I haven't watched the whole thing. I just saw like
There's a
the
link
clips
in the
from it.
thing.
Well, I don't. Oh yeah, there it
Yeah,
is.
there you go. That's my reaction video to the Soy Lodge, bro. It's hilarious.
I'll check that out. Roots, is that the one you were thinking of? This
Yeah,
the guy who looks like
apologies.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, this guy, he kicks him off at the end.
Oh, does he? Well, if you scroll up in the chat, let me see what time it was. 6 minutes past the hour. DJ posted the Flat Earth discussion with Patrick Riley. That's one I was wondering about, if it was any good or if it was a shit show. If you click the video and start it, see what I mean? He looks like McToon mixed with Nathan Oakley. Quite funny. But yeah, that Harry Potter looking dude, facial twitches and everything.
Yeah, dog. I was
Yeah, the
calling it out. He
twitching.
was tweaking out, dude.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. I haven't seen the Patrick Riley one yet, so I'll have a look. But yeah, that Lodge guy, oh my God, he was literally spazzing out. Like you said, his face was twitching, his eyes were going funny. He looked like steam was coming out of his head.
Yeah, somebody was posted on Twitter afterwards as well, saying, "That's it, I'm done speaking about Flat Earth. I'm not going to interview any Flat Earthers. I'm going to keep it to my usual content, blah, blah, blah." And then like a day later, he was posting some video that someone else had posted of the debate saying that he had won. So he's, the seed's planted. The cog diss is real. He's probably going to be a massive anti-Flat Earther forever, but it's the way it's got to go. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, one thing, like asking them, okay, what did you win exactly? Oh, I won the debate. Okay, which was, like, just trying to get them to follow that line of logic and show them, hey, you are inside a circular line of logic. You don't know what you're talking about, even when you say something as simple as "I won."
Yeah, just the latest victim of Flat Earth.
Yeah, I said that to Matthew Learns yesterday, and I was like, listen, you've got to agree, Matthew, that no matter what debate Globers claim they've won, they still can't win the actual argument of, exclusive evidence of a globe. And he basically agreed, and then we decided to have a discussion on math instead.
Yeah, Matthew's pretty. I mean, a lot of people rip on him, but I like him. He's like honest in this, really being open and honest about the discussion. Like he said that if NASA came out and said they faked the moon mission, they've never been to space, low orbit is the highest they've ever been, and even that's a stretch. He said it wouldn't change his viewpoint at all because he doesn't use NASA as his evidence.
Yeah, he tried to manipulate the Bible though to make it say that it's a globe. So
yeah, that's what exactly.
I've debated him before. Yeah.
Yeah, he uses a lot of different interpretations and understanding of the Earth being a sphere, and and that's how talking to him. Like if you're going to go down the route, like, hey, look at NASA faking it. He doesn't care. It doesn't matter. He could fake it or not fake it.
Yeah, but he does pretty much readily admit it's a belief for him. He doesn't think he can prove it or that it's even provable as a human being on Earth. So he's honest about that. And the other Globers basically won't accept him because he's not atheist. So when Matthew comes on, I mean, it's like if he wasn't religious, the Globers would have been all over him trying to get him on their side, but because he is religious, they don't want him either. So he's almost boxed himself into the two categories that are going to get you ostracized.
Yeah, well, Jesse Path of Light does the same thing. He's a Christian, but he manipulates. I've showed him the 200 scriptures that show it's flat, and he debunks them for the globe.
Really? I've never heard him even make a positive claim about anything. He's normally just
I was on Earth Awakenings, bro, and I was like, you're a Christian, bro, right? And so I started to like pinpoint debate him on verses in the Bible. Yeah, dude, you didn't hear that?
Yeah, I've talked to him before. Even as simple as what's
ago.
Your favorite color? He won't even answer that. Like, what's color? What's favorite? What's what medium are you working with? Are you paper? Is it painting? Like
and then I called him out.
Say what day it is? What day is it today?
I called him out because he said that he can manipulate, like the distortion, to prove a concave, convex, or flat Earth. And he said, "Oh yeah, but I said it was, at the water towards a denser medium. It doesn't matter, bro. If you can manipulate shit, you're being disingenuous, dude. Why are you trying to prove a globe when you can prove all these other models too? Concave, flat, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's very sketchy to me, dude. I like the guy, man. I don't know, man. It seems a little sketchy. Like, if you can do measurements to prove it flat, why are you like trying to be a globe proponent? That's all I'm saying.
I think it's because he's an educator. I genuinely think educators they're the hardest ones to break the cog dis, because not only have they had the same indoctrination as us, they've taken pride in being an educator on that specific subject. And he puts a lot of time and belief into his math being some way to validate reality. So for him, his whole belief and identity is built on it. I think it's harder for people like him to wake up, although I think secretly, he has more suspicion than he lets on. I think that's why he's here all the time, because secretly he's just listening.
And it's just like that Bryant guy. Remember the Bryant Myers guy or whatever that debated Witsit, and then he like had a meltdown and created a YouTube channel trying to like debunk everything that he said because he has the maths. And the math proves this and that, and he's got a degree, and it's like he went to school for all this stuff. So if he finds out it's all wrong, like, have like a mental breakdown, essentially. That's just my humble opinion, by the way. I mean,
And yeah, they've got the most to lose. So what happens is they're the ones, you know how the saying goes, the loudest in the room is normally the weakest. Well, it's like these guys' identity are built on a lie, so they're loud about it. Do you know what I mean? In their own way. But it's their identity's at threat here. Everything that they know, well, that they believe. Honestly, I feel sorry for the higher education, people, the PhDs out there. They believe in this idea of building on the shoulders of giants, and the giants have built a shit foundation. So they're not going to go back and question it because they've tried to plow forward. But this is why we're getting no discoveries, nothing really significant, because everybody's trapped. You need to go backwards before you can go forwards. And when you're in higher education, it's too far to go back. Well, that's my theory.
Yeah, you're cool, bro.
Yeah, you know me, man. I'm against compartmentalization. I think this is all a part of compartmentalization. The root cause of our misfortune. I bet you every single one of these guys, if you ask them about specialism, they're a big fan of compartmentalization, and they'll think that is expertise, is the way for progression. It's like a philosophy that rides behind their thinking, completely ignoring the holistic nature of everything.
What's up, Gidget? You had that
Not much.
breakfast?
Yeah, I finished.
Cool. Yeah. You been listening to the discussions much? You just come in today?
Yeah, I'd been in here once before, but didn't pay much attention.
Okay. You got some questions? You been having some thoughts?
No, for now, I think I'm just here to listen.
Okay.
I'll be honest.
Fair enough.
At very, very first, upon first seeing the name of the room, at first I thought it was like facetious.
Yeah.
But upon further listening, I'll just keep listening.
Well, this is the thing. They present this topic in the media and in education in a way that will make most people think it is ridiculous. And most of us who are here now thought it was ridiculous.
Well,
And when
most
you
things
Google
people
it,
believe now are kind of ridiculous. It's just a different version of something else.
yes, but this is definitely not in the class of the other ridiculous things that people are believing in nowadays. I would say the globe is in that ridiculous class, but that's a journey you have to go on. But yeah, I mean, if you Google it, they're going to show you images of like a disk Earth in space. Yeah, like a flat pancake Earth floating around in space.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen images like that. So that's not what we're talking about. We don't believe that. We don't believe we're a disk in space. That's a troll, basically. So all these cartoon images you've seen of a flat Earth in space, it's nonsense.
That one you mentioned is the primary thought that pops into my head, just based on, what people post. So you're not wrong. I'm glad you said that, because that was my first mental perception.
Yeah, so the way that Google and YouTube treat this topic is to make you think it's ridiculous so that you don't look into it. But all we're talking about, someone ban this guy, it's an investigator, INV. This is what we deal with, like just people spazzing out for no reason.
Where's he at? Or is he gone already?
Just keeps popping in and out.
Oh, into chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Gotcha. Go ahead, ban people on this. I'm gonna post his
says invalid ID, even though I copied it.
Don't worry, I got him. He's banned.
Good, thank you. So, Gidget, what we're talking about here is just the observable natural world and how we can understand it. So we would talk, for example, about the physical nature of water. Okay? You got a glass of water next to you?
No, not next to me.
All right. Well, you can picture it, right? Any liquid at rest sitting in that cup, and you'll notice that it has a perfectly flat surface. Yeah?
I'm following.
So then you scale that up to a bathtub, same thing, flat surface. Scale up to a swimming pool, same thing, flat surface. Scale up to a lake, same thing, flat surface. This is just what water does. So it takes the shape of its container when it rests. It's find level. So we can know, based on the water, that we are on a level plane, right? And they say 70% of the Earth's surface is water. So you can't have a 70% level ball. But they're telling you that at a certain point beyond your comprehension, that flat water that you're observing is actually bending. Yeah? Like curving down and away. Because you're on the surface of a ball. So this is what people are testing, because they give us the size of the ball, 3,959 mile radius. You can go on Google and type in curve calculator, distance to horizon calculator, and it will tell you how far you should be able to see, right, based on this curvature that should be obstructing you at a certain distance. So you've heard them say boats go over the horizon, yeah? So they're meaning that it's descending a curve of a ball Earth, which is a geometric physical location, yeah? A certain distance away from you.
Okay.
So this is what people are testing. They're getting the numbers. Say for a 6-foot observer on the beach, the horizon should be at 3 miles max. But we can see well in excess of that. The horizon's beyond 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles even. Right? Meaning the horizon isn't the leading edge of the ball that they're telling us. It's an optical vanishing point, essentially. It's the limit of our vision. So I won't go too far into all of that, but I'm just giving you a high level idea of what we're discussing here, and it's not cartoons of disk Earth in space. It's measurements
It's not
of
an
the
Earth
surface.
pizza.
It's not an Earth pizza. No. I wouldn't actually claim any shape to it. Right, saying that the surface is level isn't actually saying that it's a square, it's a circle. We don't know. We can't get that kind of view on it. Right, we can't get high enough away from it to see what it looks like in totality. But it's not curving, so it's not the ball that they've told us. It's also not moving, right? So, they tell you that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and moving around at hundreds of thousands, millions of miles an hour. But you just experience everything to be still when you go outside, yeah?
Doesn't that have to do with and if I'm wrong, please tell me, but be nice about it. Like centrifugal force, like the spinning of the Earth is what keeps us like
No,
down.
what they say is that the
like,
gravity is what's keeping everything down.
So what is the centrifugal force?
Yeah,
thing?
centrifugal force would actually be an argument against the globe, because you need to have stronger gravity at the equator
Okay.
That makes sense.
So they're telling us that everything's stuck to this ball by gravity, but that it's
Mhm.
spinning around on its axis, and it's also spinning around the sun, and then that sun is moving and it's chasing that sun. All these different motions and vectors, and yet no one in human history has ever measured this motion of the Earth.
So, do you know what those little like parking lot fairs, the little carnivals that travel around, and they have that spinning ride that like sticks you to the wall?
Talking about the gravitron.
The gravitron, thank you. That's what I think of when they say the speed and stuff. I'm like, what? Then why isn't it like difficult for us to like move?
Right. I mean, that would be a bit different because that's like you're on the inside of something spinning and you're pressed against the wall, but you are being pushed outwards. Whereas you're on the surface of this ball, it would be like you're on the outside of that gravitron, standing on it, and then it spins. You'd go flying away from it, right?
Yeah. Either
Yeah,
way,
but they're
inside or outside, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but they're saying there's this force called gravity, which is holding all the people and all the water down to the surface of the Earth, towards the center of this ball. But no one's ever proven that that's actually a thing. They say it's the bending and warping of space-time. All
Well, I
these
think this
theoretical
is where
concepts.
you just said it, theoretical.
Yeah.
Right.
Everything, nothing. I mean, for the most part, I don't want to be like a generalist and say all, but science is a lot of like theories, and theories
Well,
don't
this-
necessarily mean they're like it's been proven. It just means that's the working theory right now.
Well, however you want to
The best of
conceptualize
their
it,
understanding.
Yeah.
I wouldn't class the conceptualization of space-time as
Well, that's what I'm saying.
scientific
I don't
because
take anything as
they
a
haven't actually
fact,
done.
like an
Yeah, because they didn't
absolute.
actually
It's
do
not
any
an absolute.
experimentation. It's like
Yeah.
it's not even based on experiment. It's theoretical math, assuming
Yeah.
a ball. So we would just, I mean, like you said, that would be theoretical concepts as far as we're concerned. So we like to deal with empirical evidence, what we observe, what we can measure, what we can test, what we can repeat in reality, right? As human beings on Earth, not just relying on stories
Like
and
the
images
water
from the
thing?
governments. Yeah, like water. How far can we see? Can we measure any motion at all? Like all these kind of things. We're trying to test and figure out this environment that we're in. And in doing so, we've come to the conclusion that it's not the spinning ball they've told us. But that doesn't mean we know everything about it, not even close, right? We're still trying to figure a lot of it out. So we're not saying that we have all the answers, far from it. We're just saying it measures, the surface measures as level. So it's a topographical plane. So it's got hills and valleys, but other than that, it's not curving into a giant ball. Doesn't appear to be moving in any way that can be detected, except if you're in an earthquake. And it seems to be a contained system, right? A closed system. So we're not in a vacuum, open to a vacuum. We're in like an enclosure of some kind.
I agree with that.
Have you ever heard of a terrarium?
Yeah, I love terrariums.
Right. So similar concept, yeah. So in a terrarium, you put in your soil, you put in your seeds, you put in some water, and you seal the container airtight. So it's just a closed system, and an automatic gas and water cycle will develop. So it essentially grows itself within this contained environment, recycling the gas and the water. That's the same thing we've got going on here with our air and water cycles within the closed system. It's the same thing. Right?
Yeah. I'm tracking, following.
Yeah. So we're just kind of trying to talk to people and ask them, do you really know that you live on a ball? How do you know? Is the Earth telling us that, or is the media and the education systems telling us that? And
Yeah, I
you'll
mean,
come to
to
some
be
quite
fair,
sharp
the only
conclusions.
reason I think what I think is because that's what I was taught as a kid. I don't.
Yeah,
You know what I
that's
mean? It's
honest.
not like anything I
Yeah.
critically ever thought of myself, just to think it
Yeah,
myself.
if we weren't told about it, we would never assume it. If you weren't told in
If I
class,
wasn't
hey,
told
you're on
about
the
it, I
side of
wouldn't
a
think about
spinning
it.
ball. Yeah, you wouldn't think I'm on the underside or side of a giant spinning ball. You would just think I'm on some kind of like level platform of some kind, right? However you want to imagine it. You wouldn't think that there's someone in Australia who has a different up and down from you, because we're saying everyone has the same up and down, right?
Yeah.
There's an
Yeah.
objective
Well,
up,
if you
there's
keep
an
digging, you
objective
can
down.
dig to the other side. Like, dig all the way
Well,
to China or whatever.
yeah, well, that's the story, right? So in the globe model, in the globe idea, they're telling us that if we just kept digging, we would end up in China. So like the stars that we see above our head, we could dig deep enough and eventually get to another point where we could start seeing stars again. But that's not what it is.
Yeah.
The stars are up, the
No, they
ground
say
is
there's the
down.
molten magnetic core too.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but I mean, the deepest hole that we know of that's been told about to the public at least is the Kola super deep borehole, which was dug in Russia, and it got down less than 8 miles. So they haven't dug more than 8 miles, but they're trying to tell us they know what is
They
down
say
at
seismic
39,000.
activity proves the. Yeah,
Or
it's
39.
nonsense.
Yeah, they're telling us they know what's 4,000 miles down when they haven't dug 8. So it's like they've barely broke the skin of the apple, and they're going to tell us what's at the center.
What's even crazier is when they dug down, they made a bunch of predictions about what they would find each mile as they dug down, and those predictions were wrong. So that's even more interesting.
Yeah.
They got all that
Finding
seismic
water when
wave
they weren't
data.
supposed to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, just very quickly, and then I'm going to go on mute for a bit. Gidget, I've sent you a link to the server where we have a
Okay.
lot of additional information, and it's all alphabetized, so you can kind of look through the channels and say, what about stars? What about gravity? What about curvature? And it's
I
all
appreciate
alphabetized,
that.
so you can take a look at that and ask questions when you feel the desire.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah. You
And
just
thanks
go
for being
down to
so
the
nice
bottom
about
of the server, and all
my
your
lack
questions
of
can be answered.
knowledge or information on the topic. Y'all were very, very considerate
No,
to
that's
that. Thank
okay.
you.
Most of us were the same. They don't
Yeah.
teach you this stuff. You
All
have to
right.
go. You have to really teach yourself when it comes to a lot of this, which is a good thing to
Love you. God
do.
bless you.
Hope you
Have
have a good day.
Bless.
You know, it's funny. Imagine being the first guy to say, "Hey, friend, take a look at that mountain way off in the distance. You want to know something? That mountain's actually underneath our feet, but light is bending it around to make it look flat." You see those people over there? They're really upside down beneath your feet. They're just so far away. I mean, that's essentially what's being claimed, right? Objects that are so far in the distance can be so far away from you that they are upside down and beneath you.
Yeah, some would go so far as to say almost behind you.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you could grab a telescope that was so strong, you could actually see your own ass with it.
I don't think I'd want to see that.
Well, you know, this is what they tell you. This is the universe that they want you to believe in. So
Fair enough.
yeah, sounds kind of nuts.
You talking about Ruhif saying that if there was enough refraction that he could literally see the backside of him?
Yeah. And the funny part is there is enough gravity in their claimed cosmology to do that. I mean, like you could take a rock and throw it so hard that it hits you in the butt. And if you disagree with that, you're crazy, right? You're a delusional flat earther if you disagree with that. You flat earthers are just uninformed. You see, the numbers are this and that. And if you'd only just sat through a classroom and had people of authority tell you, and if you only read a book, then maybe you would know. Maybe you would understand. But because you have to learn stuff on your own, you don't understand.
Flat earthers are just illiterate, dude.
Yep, that's right. Can't read. All they do is go on the internet and talk about flat earth all day. That's all they do.
You know what's funny is that like Globers spend about as much time in a flat earth chat as we do. That's kind of weird.
I do
What are
agree.
you
That
doing
is
here,
weird.
bro? If you're an anti-flat earther and we've already falsified your crap and you know what's up, what are you doing here, bro? You know what I mean?
And I think
like
they
a
think they're like
grift.
internet warriors, like they're literal
It's a
truth
grift,
crusaders.
dude. Yeah.
Well, there's that too, you know. Yep. There's some grift. People like the popularity, right? Some of these guys never got popular until they started talking about flat earth and started taking up, the anti-flat earth perspective.
You got Simon Dan. I remember years ago, bro. Simon Dan had like barely no subscribers, bro. And he was just making like flat earth debunk shit. And he blew up, dude.
You know, it's
I
also
remember
weird.
that.
There are these cases of social media accounts on Facebook, YouTube, and others. They begin as one thing, and they set up history, right? And they put up content to establish themselves, probably for SEO. And then at some point they flip and they turn into like a news media outlet. So it's just interesting, the sock account game is real and it's widespread. I saw some interesting software presented to me online. It was a dashboard for managing stock accounts. One operator could manage like 500 accounts across multiple platforms. It had spinners, so you could type one tweet one way and it would automatically rewrite it to make it sound like it came from somebody else and automatically post that thought to like hundreds of other accounts all at the same time or in a delayed fashion. You could set it up however you want. So imagine you got armies of people, like a warehouse of like 500 operators sitting online, each managing a dashboard with 500 stock accounts. And they're just plowing like one political message or one kind of social issue message. And that's it. They can influence a lot of people. And I think the older crowd tends to be most taken by this. They still haven't figured out that a lot of the activity that they see on the internet is automatically generated by bots. So I kind of feel sad for them getting into these long Twitter arguments with a bot. It's just crazy. So what's to say they're not doing that with this topic, We've seen over the years how there have been attempts to attach certain kinds of political messages to flat Earth, and this is in order to pigeonhole it and identify it so people can categorize it and malign it. We've seen them try and say flat Earth is for Trumpers, for Q-tards, We've seen them say flat Earth is for anarchists and leftists and communist revolutionaries. We've seen all over the place, and it's just not working. And I think it's because these guys don't understand how we think. We don't care about politics. Strangely enough, we're in the politics servers, politics and religion and politics. And we're not a political movement. But we belong here because what we're saying is true and challenges people who've built their entire careers on politics and on control. And if what we're saying is true, then there have been a lot of backing of false narratives pertaining to this topic that we are exposing. People aren't too happy about that.
Well said, Mr. Amish. Well said.
I'm gonna go chill on my server, man. It was good hanging out with you guys. I love y'all. God bless, man.
All right, brother.
Yeah, catch you later, bro.
Two bots. Bots. Just one time. I hit the target. That's my name. I'm fat motherfucker with some real good aim. If you take off running like the one to blame. And all the little Glovers gonna remember my name. What? That's a gosh dang shame. Forget how it went. Remember how it came. What? Oreos is fake. Like shake and bake. All up in the grass, have him running like a snake. What? You know my target's Coriolis is fake. You can shoot a deer from a mile away. Cornelius. Good morning, Vietnam. Got a lot of squatters in here, boss. Nothing. Yeah, it's about right. Don't be a squatter in 2024.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Did Discord just boot everybody off audio? I was trying to connect for about 10 minutes and not a single VC showed up in any server.
Hello.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. How you doing?
I'm doing the best that I can. Um, I just wish everybody would actually just focus on the truth. You know, it's really exhausting.
Yeah, I mean, we say the same thing all day. And more specifically, we want people to differentiate their beliefs from what they know.
Exactly. It's just people are so conditioned to be taught what to think instead of how to think, and it's a huge issue. I'm baffled. I'm not. I've made so many stupid choices and mistakes, and even I can admit that the heliocentric model is stupid. It's just weird. I'm just very. It's just if everybody could come together and like, actually understand that, then we probably wouldn't have to work fucking full-time jobs. Like I'm serious. I'm genuinely serious when I say this because it's just everyone is just accepting enslavement. It's like it's not to sound like red pill stuff, but it's a beta mindset. Not thinking for yourself is a beta mindset. It truly is. It's not good. It's very upset about it.
I wouldn't preach utopia out of flat Earth because some very notorious ancient civilizations believed in flat Earth and engaged in human sacrifice.
Yeah, I can understand that that's a really disturbing correlation, but it doesn't change that it's the truth still will set you free. They just chose to do something negative with it. The
Right. Well, the Holocaust, whether your take is, occurred when everyone believed in the globe. So, the point is your cosmology.
Think about this, though, sir. Think about this. Did all of these narratives and stories we've been told, we can't verify a single thing. Like, the automatic reaction is, do you know who Hitler is? Yeah, he's horrible. Oh, how much do you know about him? How much do you actually know about that? Or, like, how do you even know what is being told is the truth? How do you even know if it's a comic book? It could be. I genuinely believe that it's all just lies. Like all of everything. It's all made up or something. It's just all insanity. Like I found myself reacting in a way where I was conditioned. I was conditioned to think this or conditioned to think that. The whole world thinks like that, and so it's a 15%. 15%.
Well, we're not obligated to believe anything that hasn't been presented to us as evidence. But there are some things that you should take into consideration when it's credible. And I think practicing discernment is an important part of being a quote unquote truth seeker.
No kidding.
Because many truthers throw the baby out with the bathwater. They rebel for the sake of rebellion, and they don't critically examine their own paths of knowledge that they're pursuing.
Yeah, I think I've been guilty of that before. Dude, I am so wiped out.
Yeah, I mean, when the whole Q thing came around, I believed that garbage for a hot minute.
I know. I thought I was on top, but then I'm just like, there's nothing biblical about it, really. I mean, they threw a couple God will win lines, but it just doesn't. Yeah, that really upset me. That was controlled opposition at its finest. What that was, controlled opposition at its finest.
Yeah, and they used the same playbook as 100 years ago with the last great revolution under the Bolsheviks.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't even come up with an original plan. They used a plan and a strategy that was pulled in Russia during the October Revolution.
Yeah. I don't know what to think. I don't know if it was a pagan belief that only 144,000 people would get to heaven, but like something about that does seem relevant. Hey, what's good, man? I got to get back to work soon. Oh man, I just it's just it's just such a keep fighting the good fight, sir. I know you are, and keep planting those seeds. It's all we can do. It's I don't know. It's just there's got to be a line that every individual will draw where they understand that this is enough. Like this is this is too much. This is too little. This is overwhelming. It's this is not natural or fulfilling or happy. It's just miserable. Dude, the work is just like school. It is school. The bell rings, you go, and then you work for hours, and then you go home and shower and do the same thing over again. I want to break free from it. I want everyone to stop. I want everybody to just be honest about the horizon, be honest about sea level, be honest about measuring, be honest that your compass doesn't move if it's just sitting there. It's the needle won't move because the Earth is not moving. It's such a crazy lie. It's almost admirable how like such a huge lie just made it through. Like I feel abused. I don't like it. Very upset about a lot of things. But all we can do is just keep going. No more. I don't even know. I'm just venting. I appreciate you guys. I'm just I gotta jet and take care of my life.
Good morning, ladies and germs.
Morning, Joe. Hope you're well.
How are you doing today?
I'm out in the soft play, the jungle gym with the kids. It's chaos.
Sounds like it. Must be fun, though.
Not for me.
Well, for the kids. That's what matters. Are you seeing any bendy earth there?
Yeah, I'm seeing some bendy funhouse mirrors. Works a bit like the atmosphere that the Globers are trying to convince us of.
Yeah, I like the bendy water, the bendy earth, bendy everything. You know, it's I love being on this ball, just being spinny space monkeys that have no value in a listlessly spinning world in a undeterminate size universe that just forever expands. And we know that it's so real because it looks so fake.
Yes, sir.
Now this truck here must have an unbalanced load on it. It looks like it's kind of listing to the left a little bit. A straight truck that I'm passing here. They must have overloaded one side of it. Anything. Yeah, you would think it was the first day after work of an American holiday today. Mr. Amish, are you hiding here?
What did you say, Joe?
No, I was just trying to see if Mr. Amish was hiding here or if he just had his account logged in so there was some activity, but he's gone.
Yeah, I think he's just joined. What's up, Amish?
Well,
Hey guys, I'm around, but I can't chat.
say that again, brother.
He said he's here, but he can't talk.
No, thanks. Appreciate that. I had my phone turned the other direction. I didn't hear what he said, so appreciate that. But anyway, I'm just riding on to work. You all have a good day and good. Hope the holiday was great for those who had the day off, and wrap to y'all a little later.
Hey, real quick before you go, I got these new headphones. How does this sound? Does it pick up everything?
Yeah, just like you're sitting next to me.
Can you hear the heavy wood machinery going on in the background?
Not really. I mean, like, let me think of a way to say it here. I would have never made it out that there was any noise. It sounded like maybe there's a hair of white noise behind you, but I mean, there I hear some kind of scraping, but I think you're okay. Yeah, it's not bad.
Right on. Well, I've got a dust collector running and a CNC lathe or a CNC router running in the same room. So.
Yeah, I would have never thought you were working a lathe.
Right, it's not. I meant to say a router. It's like a 4x8 router bed.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's maybe 30, 40 feet from me. So not too bad. I couldn't never talk before because the ones I had were shitty, and it would pick up everything. Either that or it just wouldn't pick me up at all. Cool. I got these DeWalt construction site ones with a little neck band. They work real nice. I like them. They got the foam insert, so it knocks out the outside noise from my ears as well.
Oh yeah, you're coming in just 5x9. You're. I wouldn't argue with your sound.
Right on. Cool. Well, I may be able to talk a little more often now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I kind of come and go through the day as I'm going off to a client's place or whatever, and we're like now heading to the office. And but that's about all that excitement. Nothing too. But yeah, so that's cool because I like hearing activity through the day, even if I don't get to participate.
Yep. And I get up work. I get at work about 7:30 and just cut and glue wood until about 4:30, 4 o'clock. Ain't got shit else to do but hang it on the Discord.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, and I sometimes I'm on the road a bit, and sometimes I can't get on. It just depends on the day, obviously. But I like. And then it's my luck is when I'm on the road that everybody else is off doing something else.
Yep.
Yeah, now, just for comparison, I do hear you stacking something now, but
Oh, yeah,
that kind of is what it is.
yeah, I'm just sorting wood by size and toss them into these little tin buckets.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
not too
no, I
bad.
wouldn't argue with that.
Yeah.
Now, what all kind of stuff do you make?
We make taxidermy mouth plaques.
Oh, cool.
So all kinds. I mean, there's this guy. He runs a whole lot through. He does a whole lot of business. I started in December as temporary and turned out being permanent.
Yeah.
So I really like it. You know, it's just there's 3 of us guys that work in this particular shop. One guy that works in the paint shop out back, and then one lady that puts together the orders up front, and then the owner. So
yeah, that's cool.
Each of us kind of has our own thing to do, and nobody really bothers each other unless they have a random question or something.
Yeah.
That's nice. I don't have to argue with. I spent like 8 years at AutoZone, and I hated that.
Yeah.
I don't have to argue with customers. I don't have to, you know. The wood don't argue back. If it pisses me off, I'll just cut it in half.
Exactly right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's sometimes the way to be, is not have to deal with asinine customers. Angry, asinine customers. I hate them. But that's my life, is that's all I do. So.
Yeah, well, here's the real test. How's that sound? That's probably a bit louder there.
Now that's loud.
Yeah,
and then, of course, heard the phone ring.
Belt-fed rip saw.
Yeah.
So I just gotta run stuff through and clean up the edges sometimes because we glue them together like a cutting board.
Sure.
And make like big panels and throw it on the CNC, and he cuts the flax out of the big panels.
Yeah. And when you get a really ignorant Globy, then that's just going on and on and on, then just turn that on for a moment. You know, they do their best to find ways to distract us, so maybe turnabout's fair play finally.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm going to be running this in a minute, so I'm going to throw myself on mute.
Yeah, and I'm going to be at the office here in a couple minutes anyway, so have a good morning, my friend. And Root, if you're still out there, I can't tell for sure, but if you are, have a good day as well, brother. See you guys soon.
See ya.
Thanks, bro. Have a good one.